Hello. How are you guys doing? I think for the most part, I am set up and ready to go. Oh, you feeling bad? Uh-oh. Hey, Scott. I missed streaming on Saturday. That sucked. Oh, I'm happy to be back today. Kind of back. We'll see how it goes. Sky. Some unfortunate events happened at work. Let us say ignorant people sabotaging our experiments for the past month. Oh man, that sounds awful. Yeah, pretty bad. My hand hurts. My hand still hurts. Um, I kind of had to like push it to its limit yesterday, unfortunately. So even though it hurt, I had to like push through. Um, but then it was really bad because then my left hand like exploded and then felt worse than my right hand. But we're gonna just try and keep it slow, exploded. It it was weird. It felt weird. Yeah. So I'm gonna just, try and take it easy. Maybe offer feedback for anybody who wants some of that feedback. I'm like, I could do that. Also, I will share some videos with you guys. Sorry, I could like be a real person. Just give me a sec. I'm gonna go get another Diet Coke. Also turning on a fan. Oop. I know. Yeah. I'm concerned about it, Halo Mateo, but I had to get one thing like done, you know. And I was trying to like put in efforts to like help it, like have an old chair with like an armrest, but it's kind of crappy. And I was sitting in that and seeing if the armrest helped or um like scooting my tablet further back. Um yeah. Best cutie art you've ever seen. I don't know about that, but thank you. Also, hey, Patty wants a cookie. Make sure to run your hand through. Oh, to rest your hand, though. No, yeah. I have been attempting to rest it. Hey, Cold Burger Art. Hold on. I'm like almost ready. I keep saying that. Yes. Pretty much my arm has been in pain since that one day I drew portraits. Or painted portraits in a sitting. But it's one of those things where I'm used to my arm hurting while drawing, and I'm thinking that that's something I shouldn't have been used to, and that it was an indicator of a problem in my setup, you know? Also, hey guys. Um, yeah, but I guess I'm the boss, and this boss doesn't seem to care. No, I have been trying to take it easy. Like, minus yesterday, I took the day before that off, where I was doing like almost no art. Um, but it's been hard. I've like literally been crying because I'm just angry at the whole situation. It's something I'm gonna try and avoid in the future. I know I'm being a lot by trying to like just I guess keep drawing while it's hard. Um, but I think once I finish up this other thing I have a deadline on, I'm gonna like just melt away for a little while and just give it a break, you know? I know. Pink and black hand glove. Yeah, so I have like a compression glove on and then like uh my drawing glove. You love the hoodie? Thank you. It kind of looks like this is a bikini top to me, which is a little bit funny, but it's not. But yeah, thank you. I think it's oh, this thing says it's a dreamer, but that's not a card I know. Drip. Alright, hold on. I'm still showing you guys my kitties. That's Jet and the Sig. You can believe it, nobody's actually hanging out with me though while I'm streaming. I work IT and my arm hurts, so I'm guessing hurting arms is a sign of working a lot. Yeah. Could be carpal tunnel too, right? Beginning to think you abandoned me? No. I bought like a mouse, but I actually can't use it right now because I don't have enough USB ports. I even have like a an extension or like an expander, but they're all full right now. And so I have my shrimp cam plugged in. I can't the other mouse. So, but I got that, and it has helped. Also, Abra's feeling it right now. Alright, there's the cats. What else I meant to say is I'm announcing the winners. I already posted them. I want to see them already, but I'll pull them up on stream. I guess speaking of that, you know, the stream is sponsored by DeviantArt. That's pretty pog, pretty dope. If you can find. He's really good. He actually is growing in his flight feathers now, and he can like make some distance like towards me when he's flying. Like his cage is on the other side of my room and he can now fly to my hand when I'm at my desk. He doesn't like to do it, and he's still like learning that it's okay to like fly and then grab things. It's like sometimes he'll fly, get to your hand, and then just keep like flapping his wings and then, you know, fly to the ground. But he's good. He's a sweet little bird. Yeah, those are the winners, y'all. Let me see. Let me pull them up. Do this. You'll see an empty cat bed too. Pinups. Yeah, right? Alright. I'll pull it up. I have a button. No idea. Does that work? Hey, it did work. Oh. Okay. I need to like adjust all of my buttons to actually like, I don't know, work better. The vertical mouse has helped, but when I'm drawing, I kind of have to like rest this part of my hand on the desk, and I think if I could get more of my arm on the desk, it wouldn't be an issue. But I think it's like pronation, right? So it's like this is a more comfortable position than like that. Also, hello. So I think it's helped. Honestly, like scrolling causes me like serious pain, and the new mouse doesn't seem to like set off my arm the same way. What am I looking for, you guys? I know. Art of like, I almost set up a little dono goal for it, but I think I need to like look at just settings. I'm like, I don't have time for that. I'm already late. Master 3. I don't know what that is. Alright. You guys can see. So, you know, sorry I'm late, but here is the first place. This picture is just so awesome. By whoa. Okay. By Carver Ray. But yeah, the face on it is just so pretty. All of it. I love the outfit. I really feel like they that they took the prompt and really understood it and just made an amazing picture. It's got like the welcome to Mars, so it feels like an advertisement, you know? Got the sexy pinup, got some like sci-fi retrofuturism fashion. Like this is definitely what I feel like you've seen in old pictures, you know? And then the top 5. This one also had a lot of advertisement vibes on it, which I appreciated. I like the idea of like a sci-fi, I guess, like a Sonic, you know, out in space. And the look that this alien is giving her, or they're looking at the menu. But I just think it's great. I just changed it. There's no cat. See, no kitty. We can keep it if you want the Halloween vibes. Yeah, floating space diner is always fun. I know. I definitely wish I would have finished like a picture myself, but I think it's too cool. Just got here. Hey, Brewmaster Holston. But yes, very, very nice. This one, I'm a big fan of the style of this one. It makes me, I mean, I don't have like a lot of actual memories of like Akira, but in my brain, this gives me that vibe. However, it might not look anything like it. Like Valorant. But it's pretty awesome. They have, I mean, it says pinup retrofuturism, so it's not like really an advertisement, but I appreciated like that they put text on it. I don't know. It's really cool. Very pretty. Oh, and that other one was by Lysasaurus? I'm not sure if that's how you say their name. Yeah, like a magazine cover, exactly. And then that one was by Kino FI2138. Hey Somber. I am doing okay. Alright, and then another one. This one. We're selling some coffee machines. The Booster Brewer 3000 taking you to new heights. You know, I appreciated that they again were trying to make it fit the whole like prompt of it being an advertisement. But really pretty face, good colors. I like it. And the last, no, there's one more after this. Another one, you got some, I can't remember exactly if they wrote stuff about it, but I think they mentioned how this thing is supposed to like even hinge down and all that. So I liked that they put in some thought to like, I mean they put a lot of thought into the design of the I guess the scooter, the flying scooter. It's really cool. Yeah. I don't know what it reminds me of, but it's really cool. Okay, they're a handy looking character. Cute. You got some like pinup-esque like thumbs up type of thing. Yeah. And the last one was actually traditional. But this artist, they put like, I think they put a lot of emphasis on keeping it retrofuturism, which again I did appreciate a lot. Like they pulled up references of like what they what they used as a reference for like the R and the like robotic, and then the A. Like they shared references for those things. They shared a reference for the pose of like a pinup and all that. So I just thought it was really cute. Yeah, those are the winners. But I know a lot of y'all were supposedly working on pictures, but did not finish. Um, but I would always still be down to seeing what you came up with. I think it's a cool prompt. I would need to finish my picture. I need to I don't know. I'd like to design my other character or flesh her out more because this is like her aesthetic anyway, Yeah, congrats to the winners. I'll be reaching out to them shortly and all that. But yeah, it reminds me of Princess Bubblegum in the traditional. Oh yeah, being pink. I can see it. I watched Squid Game. I have not. Also, hey Calvin. Yes, the submissions. And do you listen to Oliver Tree? Yeah. You love this song? It's good. All right, but yeah, all amazing pieces. I feel, I don't know, pretty awesome. I feel like that people, I don't know, took my prompt and did something even cooler than, what I think I could have done by a lot. So, just so awesome. All right. Well, uh, like I said, my arm's a little bit bum right now. You guys can't even see it. I'm holding my bank hand up. But if you want feedback on art, now would be a great time because I can't really draw too well. But I'm going to try and sketch. Please be patient, chat. Yep, exactly. Hey, Krugal. And many angels. But yeah. Trying to think of what exactly I'd like to work on. See. Oh, and we could also, not sure if you guys want to, but we could play Stream Raiders. Not sure if that's what you guys would like, but it is an option. All right, and so I haven't actually gotten to work on. Yes, we could also work on coming up with charity ideas. Finished this one some time ago. Got any advice? Well, let me take a look. And then is there certain things you are specifically wanting advice on before I like pull it up? I'll pull it up. Hold it up. I can't quite pull that up on stream because it's a little TOS. Yeah. I might be able to censor it, but if you can censor it, I could also pull it up. Gotta. I remember, guys, TOS. Also, hey, Krugal. Terms of service. Oh, you got a different one? Okay. And you can't have no female presenting nipples. You gotta beware of maybe some under boob, and booty cleavage. Okay, those are things you guys gotta remember. Oh yeah, I think I can pull that one up. I mean, that's super cute, by the way. I mean, is this something you want me to give you feedback on? Just it looks like it's a pretty finished picture, so it would just be, I guess, mostly advice for you in the future. You know, what if they are on the cusp of goals, but not quite? Yeah, I would say it also includes the aerial. Goodness. Can you tell me about DeviantArt subscriptions? Is it like Patreon? Um, kind of. It's another way for like people to support artists um on that platform. It's good for the artists to like have more people to maybe be on the website specifically looking for art. Um, but yeah, it is a subscription based model, so it's up to the artists and all that to kind of decide um what you might get to see and like I guess define the rewards and the perks of it. Does that make sense? All right, I'll pull it up. I'm gonna do just a small draw over and hopefully that's okay. Not sure if that's all right or not for stream. Did you post it in feedback? Okay. Yeah, that looks like it would be fine. No complaint, I love it. I was just curious. It's mostly because at the time that's what I was being commissioned to draw. Um, so yeah, that's the main reason. I enjoy it. I don't know why I enjoy it specifically. I think I don't know, it's just got like an extra I don't know. There's something fun to draw stuff like that. Like it gets a response out of people. You know, maybe it's a bit of a horny response out of people, but you know, it's cool to see um that reaction, I guess. All right. But yeah, Xenu, Xenu, I'm not sure if I know how to say your name correctly. Many people are always money printers, that's why. Yeah. I think it combines aspects of like anatomy and expressions and not just like basic expressions. It's like you're drawing a lot of expressions that are kind of like in between an expression, I guess. I don't know. Silly, derpy, fun faces. It's fun. And yes, always. All right. Zenuri. Okay. Thank you. So I love this piece, by the way. I think the character, I mean, I love their shoes, and I love when people draw like kind of big shoes. So it fits like a lot of my preferences. But one thing I would point out is it feels like the legs are a bit off balance from the character. So what I mean is the center line of the character goes like here, right? And I feel like ideally we would want the leg to like the ankle part to be over here. So what that might look like is we would have it pivot under and down. Yeah, I mean, you could make an argument that the legs are long. I feel like the character in general has long limbs, so I don't think that's really, it doesn't stand out to me as like off. Like I don't know Zenuri's like style, you know? I don't particularly find it off-putting. Because I mean, I know when I draw characters, I kind of prefer short torsos and long limbs. But again, like I said, I like big, like I won't say it. I like big shoes. We'll go with that. Easier to stylize proportions than physics. Yes, and that's why it's an easier thing to give feedback on. Is that thing? Just have pretty long. Have pretty long legs apart from his feminine feature. Yeah, or figure. Who doesn't like big shoes? She's thinking it. Yeah, but yeah, so I would just consider bringing the foot here. And then also, their character is at like a 3/4 view, but we're seeing them turn their foot towards us. And that's okay, kind of, but I think more realistically, the shoe would be a bit at an angle like that. Also, I do really like just like how cool these shoe designs are. I think that's really fun. But yeah, I think realistically we would be having a bit more of an angle like that. Unless, again, say the character could somehow support themselves over here and you would rotate. You could rotate the leg, you know, and have it sticking out like that. But it doesn't it doesn't work just due to the other foot not being able to support the character. That makes sense. A bit of dilemma with coming up with the foot going straight. I thought the same thing. Oh, that's good. That means that your instincts are identifying things, you know, and that's what you want. Body seems cool. Yeah. I think I would be cool to see one of the shoes at a different angle. I do agree, especially showing off like how awesome you did on designing it. Another point is, say if we are having the leg cross over, it can be a straight leg, right? So you could have that, but if you had that, kind of like how it seems like it is here, it would be coming towards us simply because it has to get over the other thigh. Okay? So here's like your knee. Then you could have the shoe still pointing down. And I'm not sure if that's what you're going for. So what I would imagine you actually are going for is, again, the leg would be bent. So you'd have like the knee. And then you could have it crossover. But you need to make sure you have the bend. Does that make sense? I guess I was intimidated by doing that one in a slightly different perspective. Totally makes sense? Okay, good. But yeah, just think about when you have like shapes that take up space, how does the other limb cross over? You know, does it have to bend? Could you have it straight? If you have it straight, how far does it need to like come out so it can go around? You know? But yeah, I think if you had it where the character was a little bit more balanced, that would be nice. I will say, maybe this arm is a little bit long. Then again, if you have big feet, generally the length of your foot, so it's probably fine. But I would say maybe the hand would be about here. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's more like that. And then that's fine. I think that's fine. Didn't forget the bones too. Yeah, I think I was just confused because you have a lot of the sagging here. But assuming that it is a puffy material, the arm would actually just be probably up here. So I think that's fine. And I think if I were to extend that out, it would probably be about here on the character. And it's long, but again, I think you're working with that kind of proportion, so I think it's fine. Really awesome pic. Their face is too cute. Very, very nice. All right. Well, hopefully that was some helpful feedback. I think your art is definitely going in the right direction. I think it's just when you do gesture studies and stuff, or if you analyze poses, try and draw where you think their center of gravity is and just figure out, like, okay, so how is their body bracing in their pose for that position, I guess. Yeah, it seems. Abra, my goodness. Oh, he's over there. Yeah, it seems a bit stiff, an awkward pose after all. Looking at it now, the right leg does not even touch the ground. So the weight lies on indeed the straight leg, yes. No, can I just like snip it and then I can... Are you in the Discord? I'll just post it there. Or you can grab a screenshot. You tell me what you've done and I'll do it. So Angie, I know he's doing his like screechy voice. I don't know why. Because he's also making sweet sounds over there. It's just, he builds up. All right, I pasted a link to it in feedback, okay? Yeah, thank you for submitting some art. I'm much more able to talk and do this than say draw too much right now. All right, so we will look at the Vine Arts. Vine Art, are you there? Can I look at it? I think it's fine as far as POS. Let's see if they respond first before I get involved. I always thought that moving, but that's his voice. Oh, that's funny. Like something screeching across like the floor. No, he's just singing. He's trying to talk to Alice right now, the cat. Well, it looks like the Vine Arts isn't there right now. We will open up a different picture. Sky, are you there? Hi. Okay. Oh no. No. I was gonna pull up your picture and look at it on stream, okay? Mega. I feel like it's been a minute since I've seen you. Cats and birds are friends? No. But he kind of likes to look at them. Are you nervous? Is it alright for me to pull it up on stream? It's the easiest way for me to give feedback. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, alright. I'll look at yours in just a minute, okay? How's your spider? He's good. He is good. Have like some springtails in his cage, I guess, to do cleanup crew. Okay. So I feel like, and you said that this is something you're doing a study and you're not too familiar with this. Any tips are appreciated. Okay. So I don't have honestly too much experience and practice, say doing portraits or specifically looking at a portrait and trying to draw it, right? Yes, my hands are overexerted, so I'm doing feedback today. If you guys want to drop a link in the Discord. All right, but saying all of that, what I would be looking for in this is like just comparing distances from things. So say here, chin is like that. And just see like, again, if you think like these angles match up. And I mean, I feel like they're kind of close. But just again, just measure the distances of things and try and be looking at that. Alice is so cute. She's sweet. Another one is I can kind of see you have it. So you have your brow here and your eyebrow here. So I can tell that you already are kind of seeing that we're looking down, right? The head is tilting down. Right? So we're looking down at it, if that makes sense. But I don't think you quite reflected that in the eye, if I compare it to hers. And that just means that like you would see more of the eye doing an angle. I mean, maybe not. Let's see. I feel like if I was going for that, it would be a bit more of an angle like that. Eyes are honestly so hard, and I struggle so badly with side profiles in specifically. Also, my goodness, Abra. I might kick out the cats and let him out for a bit if he wants to keep screeching. But one other thing, again, if we're like trying to measure distances, I feel like the brow would be more here. And I think you dipped in a bit. Honestly, like I said, this isn't my expertise at all, but it's like I can see differences in it. Like say the chin is definitely a bit out too much. Just a bit, right? And I can kind of gauge that because I feel like the angle here is like that, where the angle here is like that. Right? So again, that's kind of one of those cues. I feel like the nose has a bit more, I guess, of a bridge that sticks out. You definitely see it now? Yeah. So it's like just trying to, probably more so measuring the angles of things to get a likeness. So it's like it would probably be, you'd want it to do more like that. Lips, I think, are mostly fine. So I think like that probably would help it. Um, I'm just trying to grab it and see if I can give you like a visual difference. Hopefully that makes some sense. I can't draw and Procreate. I definitely struggle to draw and Procreate too. Sorry, what's your question? Where would the bottom row of teeth fit? There seems to be a small gap. Well, the model is definitely like sticking their lip out. And I think maybe some of the reason it might feel unclear is, again, we're struggling between viewing the character a bit from above versus directly from the side. So like we would see like one part of the mouth going in, right? Yeah. Much closer. I feel like when you're doing portraits, you gotta squint a lot at things. Here's a bit bigger. In your reference. Huya, they're even streaming right now. But something they were talking about that people need to do in drawing like portraits is just look like back and forth a lot between your reference and your work and try and get your eye to see the differences. Yeah, I don't know if I gave you much applicable advice. Oops. Just try and look at those angles and all that. Also, that one was loud. I'm gonna skip it. Too loud. It is tilted a bit, so like it's like this angle, say, versus like this angle, right? Like in one of them, the face is directly side view, and the model, it is tilted down. Flip the canvas. So like, you know, that's like the top of the head. And so like down here, again, we're just seeing parts of the top, some of the bottom. Where, yeah, I do think yours feels a bit more like a true side profile. Are the... No, yeah, they're not bright enough. They're not quite bright enough. I wasn't sure if you wanted advice on that too. Let's just see. I mean, if we color pick between the two. Yeah. Yours are much darker. You can see the jump in value. Demonstrating the angle you gave. The bruh expression. What does that mean? It's coming out of the paper, not in. Yes. Sorry, trying to catch up a little bit. The shadows are not dark enough. The shadows are not dark enough. Yes, I do agree with that too. Oh, I wasn't sure if you were just going for emphasis. All right, we'll flip it. We'll flip it. I mean, flipping it also helps you to see those angle shifts again. Let's just say we're gonna keep your colors, which are a bit off again from your reference. I definitely think it's like, oh, it seems like a tricky picture to want to try and draw, but that's good. Let's see. Sorry, I was looking at the color between this shadow, say your shadow. So, hold on, before we even do this. If we just adjust your levels. It definitely changed the colors. Honestly, I'm not the best at color balancing. Okay, I think that would be closer. Sorry, let's see. Art black. Color temperature is fun, but tricky. Yes. Missing a little bit of the, yeah, subsurface scattering and terminator line. Yeah, SSS. For some reason is the shortened version of subsurface scattering. What that means is right here, see in the nose, between the light part and the dark part, we get this orange color. And that's because the light is going through the skin and, like, I guess reflecting the color of your blood, slash like penetrating your skin a bit. It's one of the things that helps something look like flesh versus looking like it's made out of clay. You know? It's why, like, say wax sculptures can look more realistic sometimes than a clay sculpture, is because it has some of that transparency in it, and our skin has that. So, like, yeah, I think I did a decent job trying to get the color. Yeah, it's one of those things you'll slowly pick up. I'll just grab that color. Who am I kidding? Something you could do too, if you feel like this might be, not saying it is, but if you feel like maybe this is a little too much for you to focus all on at once, try maybe looking at like Asaro heads and try and work on getting the shadows and the angles and all that. It didn't work. Okay, we'll do blend. Yeah, I think the blue in the picture is a little more clean. He's over here and gives it time to yell. Yep. Sorry, I missed something. Alright, but yeah, Sky Sky. I hope that's helpful. Definitely, I feel a challenging picture. So I think you're doing well. But just try and think about those angles. I think getting your like foundation and such better is more important than say focusing on lighting right now. Like getting good structure will set you up for a lot of success. Oh, good. That's not a very good subservo scattering, but some of that principle. All right. Do you want me to post a screenshot or will you just grab one? We also don't need one. You tell me. Yes, if you don't mind. Okay. Do you want me to do it with the lighting stuff on? I don't really stand by what the job I did here. I don't think I did a great job. Do yours. Okay. Okay. I just think definitely think about those angles. And when you're ready to get into color or not color, when you're ready to get into lighting and shadows, don't be afraid of the differences between those. Like when you're doing it, look and see where those colors fall on the values. It might feel strange at first, but it'll make a difference, I think. Uh-huh. Well, I definitely did too much. And then theirs is on a dark background. I'll show you. But yeah, one of those things, like look at it, come back to it. Maybe you'll get a different vibe of it. I don't know why I'm doing this. Oh. So I decided I'm not gonna try and color. I'm just gonna click. I'm just gonna fill. It's gonna be a subpar job. Okay, I did go too bright. Well, I went and fell out the brightest part. Well, you know what? Good luck. There. That's closer. You kind of like it though? I think that's probably more accurate. She looks like an android. All right, well, I'm gonna send you the screenshot. Hopefully it helped. Wait, you know what I should be doing? Is this. We'll have yours in it too. Okay. It's fun. I'm having fun. I'm learning. Yeah, thank you for asking for feedback. Helping my arm take a break. I appreciate it. Okay. No, you gave good advice too. I went too bright. Alright, let's see. Who's next? Divine Arts. Are you there? Alright. Some booba. Is there something specific you're wanting feedback on right now? Did this a while ago, but I would like feedback on it. You appreciate this. You at all use blending modes other than normal in your workflow? Asking because the way you do lighting. Only by applying a different color from what I've seen, at least. Any particular reason you don't use them? I do use them. Lately in my art, I've been using color dodge and multiply pretty regularly to apply shadows and light. When I'm painting, I might just directly paint it. But I do use them. And say like, I recently learned a technique where you say use color dodge and then you like adjust, I guess it's transparency and such, and it makes it look like things are glowing. So I do use it, but it's not like, I don't know. I use it when I need it. I'm not afraid of using it, I guess. Okay. Any issues anatomically, or if anything isn't raising correctly. Okay, well, I really like the face in this one. Like, I feel like the eyes are nice and symmetrical. Um, yeah, same, some dude. But I have an issue with this arm. And this arm. Just a bit. So say the collarbone. Here. You got your neck. Collarbone. Uba. So your shoulders are like that, so that's good. That's an opinion, I feel like, some dude. I mean, if you're arguing that that should be reflected here, I guess. I guess. I feel like, I don't know, I have a love-hate relationship right now with highlights. Oh, thank you. You guys blessing me. I think where you have the elbows is fine. Like if I touch my hips with my elbows, they about end on top of my hip. I think that checks out. But I think generally you might have a bit more of a subtle muscle. Even if it's strong, then you're gonna have more of it protruding down here. I know you said her eyes. So I think you'd have more of it coming back out. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where her arm is. I think you can have this. Okay, yeah. I feel like yours is making my brain have to think a bit more. Okay, well, I kind of feel if you want the arm there, maybe this is just my take, but I feel like the booba should be more over here. I mean, I definitely think we'd still get the squeesh, but I think not that much. I think we would have the boob moving over more. That's just what I think. Like if I had to pick like the middle of the boob, it would be there. And then on yours, it's like there for some reason. You know, like it's not like there's the whole mask starting up here and all that. So I just think it would be over a bit. Just a bit. And you'd have to bring like, the top over a little bit. So you could have maybe give more drop shadow. More booba. Does this make sense? Okay. Yeah, I guess it's again one of those things kind of like at our first feedback we gave for the Nuri. I just feel like I don't know if I said the name right. It's thinking about how volumes interact with one another when they're overlapping, right? So just thinking of how much space does this thing take up. Okay. This arm, I think you got to remember to draw through your form because I think it would be elbow would be here. None of that would be there. And you could still have the hand be here. But it might be some more tricky type of foreshortening. So just taking that arm up a bit. Maybe even a bit more. I feel that. I think the idea though is the lighting is coming from over here. I think maybe we'd just get a little more of the shadow underneath it. Like that. If that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, I would keep it where it is. Shadow on... No, I don't believe this is a whip. No shadow on... No shadow on the hair if the light is coming from the left. I think it's depicted as if there is. Right? So we got some rim light. Maybe there should be a little more. Like to be on a separate layer. But I think this area is lit, or it's at least intended to be so. Because I see that there's shadows on the face over here that are supposed to be the cast shadows. At full, yeah. I think it's fine. I'll sig. I see it, there's a sig. But yeah, that would be mostly it. Just think about the volumes, overlapping shapes. Bring that part down a bit. Or keep it up. But then you'd have to raise the elbow, I think. Let's try and hit yours, maybe. I don't want to take away that. I feel like it having the difference in the shoulders. What about the shadow in the nose was an issue? Sorry. No, I think it wasn't an issue. It was just confusion at like the kind of desaturated version I have your picture at. But yeah, no, I think it looks good. No, does that help you, Divine? Is there anything else you might would like some thoughts on? Maybe have the hair go in a bit. I think to follow that shoulder coming forward. Okay, well, good. Glad I could help. It's something to critique everything I'm doing is super early on. Well, that's probably a good time for critique. Whoop. Yeah. You know, at least from what I understand, it's probably best to get your critique early on. I mean, if it's like nothing to give feedback on, then there's just nothing to give feedback on, I guess. All right, I posted it in feedback for you. Oh yeah, sure. I'm doing critiques slash feedback right now because my arm hurts too much for me to draw myself, so it's a nice little, I don't know, balance, making it easier on me. You're very welcome. Thank you for asking for my advice. All right, let's see. Brazier? Brazier? Is that how I say your name? Uh, in the Discord, in the feedbacks and whips. Are you there? Oh, you're there. Sig, don't headbutt my boob. I mean, you're saying you want feedback on foreshortening. I think I pretty much think that your looking's pretty solid in my opinion. Yeah, I would say so. Like if I had to draw where things are, I feel like we're getting this coming out. And then say it pivoting down. But then balancing out as it comes to the like horizon, right? So to me, that's reading really nicely. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. High praise from Pixie. I like your style and your choices of colors a lot. I like that's very nice. I was just confused if maybe I should make the front left leg bigger. Let's see. You definitely could, right? Because say that's the hand, and the hand probably can't extend further than the leg. Copy. I don't know. I don't know if I would. Maybe that's just because I don't know, afraid myself of foreshortening. Maybe shift it back if you do. I mean, I guess one thought is it could be a bit off balance, right? So maybe that this like needs to be going back more. I'm trying to think. Give me just a sec. Yeah, I don't know if I would commit to making that limb bigger. I feel like I like your shape. Don't get her started on feet. Yep. Maybe try and have some of your wrinkles defining this like action. But yeah, I guess now that I'm thinking about it, I would maybe shift it back. Like that. Does that make sense? And I think maybe that gives it more punch too. Maybe that's what you were thinking about when you felt like maybe you needed to bring it closer. Or maybe, I mean, what you could also do is just tilt him ever so slightly, like forward a bit more. And you can probably keep all this though. Yeah. I mean, in yours, I feel like the action still works. Almost as if he is like falling over a bit and like about to have to like lean forward to catch himself, you know, like almost an in-between phase. But maybe if he's more balanced, it would be something like that. Is there anything else you might want advice on? I feel like feel like I don't have much more to say. So are you saying I should animate it? Hey, if I was gonna say if that's something you could do, yeah, it looks cool. I like your style though and the colors you picked. When you have like yellow, like that mustardy yellow, and I love that. If the sword angle should change, like, I don't think it would. I think it's pretty. You talking about this back one, maybe? No, I don't know. I feel like those are pretty, like, perpendicular. Yeah, perpendicular. Wait, yeah. Yes. The camera. I think that. Me, I think they're fine. But don't trust me. I wouldn't trust me. Oh no, Sig! Fell down. Alright. I will post a whip. Yeah, happy to give my 2 cents. Keep it up. All of you guys, keep it up. Get some boba in the face real quick. Okay. Do I say it ricochet? Ricochet or ricochet? You there? You're drinking alcohol for the first time in like months? Oh boy. I'm a little jealous. I feel like I've been apprehensive to drink just because I might want to take something for the pain. You know? Particularly the jagged shapes and the energy. Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of style. You gotta put the style back in it from what I did, you know? Keep the main away. I don't think that's a good idea, y'all. Y'all, your advice. Oh, you are there? Okay. I saw your submission. I really do like it. Is there something specifically you're wanting feedback on? It's only for emotional stuff. I think people do it for both. Also, thank you. I don't know how to say your name. Does thing? Iced does thing? I was looking for tips on rendering the skin or any adjustments that could be made to the color. Iced? Iced? I see. Oh, thank you. What kind of render are you specifically, I guess, looking for? Like painting or more like cell shading? Because I feel like what you have going on here is more of a cell shaded look. Sorry, adjusting myself. Also, the right leg and hand done completely without reference. Her right or our right? I wanted to see if anything being changed. The far hand. Oh, okay. And yeah, what was the specific like style you were aiming for with your picture? Like as far as render. I want to give you advice for that. I don't want to necessarily teach you how to like paint skin if you're not really looking to paint skin. Just dropped in. Nice. Shot to the floof of the Sleepy Kitty. Is a sweet girl. Oh, I see yours, Halo Mateo. Do you have a link to the reference? Cell shading. I'm not familiar with that term. Here, let me see. I'll pull up 2 of my pictures and I kind of will just show you the difference for me. It might not necessarily be the difference for like other people. It's like one's an idea of something and one is supposed to try and recreate reality a bit more, I guess. Man, it's always a struggle for me when I go into my files to like look for stuff because my brain just blanks out and they're like, why am I here? What am I doing? Okay. I know, it's terrible. Okay, so this is my cell shading. I feel like my highlights are can be argued are a bit much, but hey, so that's how I did it. Even without it off. But just like having sharp shadows everywhere. Versus, I mean, like even the cast shadows have the same render as even the volume shadows, I guess. So like, I don't want to do this on the original. Feel like, oops, going for a more soft shaded look. We could have, we'll just do it here. You could have used a round brush and done that. Right. And defined your volumes this way versus the more sharp way. Okay, blended, but for the most part, cell shaded. Okay. I can work with that. Because I would also gonna say, like, are you looking for like painting? Or not? Get that out of here. Okay. Let's just, I guess, start with the anatomy. I like some of the shapes you got going on. I feel like that's fun. How you paint? Okay. I mean, I think honestly, you said it was this arm that you're struggling with? I don't know if this is the case for you, but I recently had a pinched nerve that was giving me a lot of arm pain, really painful throbbing by the elbow and tingling in the fingers. I don't know with art, but I have a similarly dexterous jaw. My hands and a couple of really useful YouTube videos showed me specific stretches. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I don't know if that's my problem. Oop, threw my pen on the floor. Grab its plate. But for me, most of my pain only comes from me actually drawing. And the majority of at least the pain in my right arm. My left arm started hurting yesterday, but it doesn't seem to hurt right now. But most of the pain is like in my forearm. I guess near where the tendons turn into muscles, you know? For the fingers. So that's sore. but it only really hurts when I do things, and it doesn't hurt most of the other time. Like when I wake up, for the most part, the arm feels fine until I start trying to use it. And then it also hurts here. I think I have some like elbow pains, but I don't know. Yeah, compression gloves. Hmm. Uh, Ricochet, I don't think your link worked, at least for me. Um, but that's okay. You can always post it in my server in the photo references, and I can see it there. Mine was really regular, yeah. That's why I just don't think mine is pinched. I think it's just like fatigue of some sort. But thank you. Sad, inflamed. It's inflamed. No warm compress, cold one. But before work, it helps to get the blood going to it. Yeah, I've been trying to ice it. I haven't been icing it like today since last night. Um, just because it's hard. I bought a thing to go on my arm that has ice in it, but maybe I'm more mobile because I kept having like ice packs on my arm, but they kept popping and just getting water everywhere, and it was unpleasant. Thank you. All right, we'll just start with this. I think that arm looks fine. I think one thing I think I would have done is get rid of that shadow. I don't I don't think that that's necessary. And then if the top is there, that's just one quick thought because I don't think that additional line is serving you. And this is something you might want to keep in mind. It sometimes could be like a stylistic choice, I feel. But if you're looking at the value, which is going like up and down, right, versus side to side, saturation is side to side. Your base color is at the same value of your shadow, which generally I don't think makes a lot of sense. So like you would need to take, even if it's a little bit, it would go down in value. You don't like it being that color, you could maybe make it more red or less red. But it's like I think that would be a more accurate shadow color. Is that true, Halo Mateo? I feel like I can't believe that. Right, infection and damage. It is kind of. Hmm. So you're saying that the constricting it is bad? Interesting. Now I feel like I gotta go look it up. Blah, 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 both. Well, I think the reasons to ice it is to reduce inflammation before it is inflamed. At least that's how I heard it described. Because, like, back when I worked at the dental office, like, you'd pull people's teeth out and then you'd be like, ice it. And then you'd find out they didn't ice it and then they come back in and their cheeks were all swollen. You know? I feel like that makes sense, right? So the icing before it is inflamed. Or maybe not. Guys are here for me. I don't know. Then why do these MDs say to do it? I mean, they're saying to do both. I don't not believe you. I just feel like it's very contradictory to all of the information I've heard thus far because they're dumb. Uh, this one says, like how I'm reading articles. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Use ice to treat acute new injuries that are accompanied by inflammation and swelling, such as sprains, strains, bruises, and tendonitis. Use heat for chronic, ongoing, non-inflammatory pain or stiffness, such as arthritis, fibromyalgia, back, or neck pain. Notable exceptions: heat works wonders for the acute soreness that you get from overextension, such as when you are in pain from lifting stuff or new workouts. Ice feels good to a new injury because it temporarily decreases the amount of blood flow to the injured area. So that's what you were saying. It, like, I guess, just makes it feel better. But this can significantly reduce the inflammation, pain, and swelling. But ice therapy can be ineffective and even dangerous if not done properly. I don't know. Anyway, uh, Rivenol? I don't know what that is. Y'all have it in Freedom Land? Let me see. Just know it doesn't do what you think it does. I don't know. I don't know what's best. I mean, I think it makes sense, say, if I had, like, cut myself, right? And now I have, like, a bloody, infectious injury. If I start icing that, then yeah, that's probably bad. But it's like, is there infection forming from tendonitis? Right? I don't know. I have a metal plate in there, so I use warm water to help it out. Metal string. Okay. I mean, it's definitely something for me to think about. Is obsessed with this song. All right, Ricochet, are you still here? Are you listening? Hot water massage. I mean, I don't like doubt you, Halo Mateo. I just feel like I need to see more information on people, I guess, saying whether or not I need more information, I guess. There is somebody else. That's not really true. I mean, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just it is very counterintuitive to everything I know. Right? I'm not willing to change my mind. But if you find me some article that concurs, I'll agree. You've been brainwashed. All right. What are you thought yet? All right, Ricochet. No. So what I would do is darken your shadows. If you don't want to, that's fine. I feel like it's a bit of a stylistic choice. I don't personally think I like this color shadow with this. Personally. Like, let me see. Because generally when you pick your shadow color, you should change the hue a bit. And then desaturate, or not desaturate. Yeah, a little desaturation. Actually, no, generally I feel like we saturate. But you're gonna lower the value. Icing slows healing slightly. It doesn't. At all. Okay. Ah, goodness. Now there's another one. Okay. I'll look at that, Teo Teo. Thank you. Weird. There was a second one, a Bruin, and then it didn't come out. I don't know. I just think a big thing would be you need to darken your value. I'll go with that. Whatever. Stay for our ice pack advice. Okay. So I think one thing, say with the hand, if I am looking at the reference now, is a bit different. Is the elbow is like here, not the elbow. Oh. Shoot, what do you call the opposite of the weenus? Right, weenus? Non-weenus? Opposite? The fold of your arm, right? Elbow pit. All right, so the elbow pit is there. And we actually are seeing the back. Like this part. You're seeing this part of the arm here, not this part. The anti-weenus. So I think her hand is doing something more like something like that. Does that make sense? the newest. All right. That's at least what I can see from the reference. Your neck might be carved in just a touch. And again, if we are trying to aim for like what is in your reference, the jaw is a bit more, the head is all a bit more tilted up. We can leave it. I feel like that's a bit beside the point. Something to think about is, shoot, I wish I had like more like genuine understanding of anatomy. I could give you like the terminology because we're like happy to drop like the anti-weenus because I don't know. All right, the area at the top of the boob that I don't think would be impacted by say the bra strap, right? Unless it was somehow like hugging up the side. So this line here, I think would be like that still, especially if it's like a bikini top. And you would probably have your strap going over the back. Unless, is this top supposed to just like wrap around each arm kind of and not around the back? Is that what it's supposed to be doing? I guess I'm specifically finding out that whatever. I feel like my feedback is devolved. Oh god. But I think that would stick out there more, like your reference. Okay. Yeah. Something to ponder, right? Is we have all this in shadow. Where do we think that the our highlight there. I think we would have her chest technically in shadow. I feel like I'm struggling to know what specifically I should advise you on. I honestly think diversifying your value range would help with skin colors and such. Because like this definitely works. You know, it do work. You could even pop Terminator on it. That would just, I guess again, think of your volumes and I guess general construction and such. Yeah, okay. I mean, I definitely, yeah, I definitely like some of the stylistic stuff, I feel. But also think about the direction of your lighting, what would be kind of tucked away and hidden under the shadow. Like, I've gotten distracted. Give any advice on quickly about how to give volume? I currently struggle with real flat body parts like 75% of the time. Is it mostly giving things value? It depends. You can define, I feel like you can define volumes. Yes. Probably value changes and proper lighting. If you're painting, it's gonna be lighting that gives you your volume. It also is your understanding of perspective, I think. But like in this picture, I feel like we're getting this idea that the arm is going like down, right? You know, over here again, we get the same idea that the arm is going down. And so that does give us that sense of volume. It's a bit confused, say, here in the robot arm, where this is supposed to be a line that that follows the like circumference of the character. Whoa, it's circumference. Is that what I mean? Yes. I don't know. So more realistically, that would come down. Right? It would be more like that. And that is, again, going to help us define the volume in the character. And see, they even have cross contour lines on this thing, but they're a little bit off. They should be going down more, right? And that is going to help you drive home the points of volume. Saw Ergo Josh's video where he was doing cross contours on the image, but I had a lot of trouble finding the horizon line in the references. That definitely takes time. But if you just do some like simple studies on perspective, I think you will figure it out pretty quickly. I would say I feel like your horizon's like here because we're looking down on the legs, we're still looking down on the breasts, but all of a sudden here in your reference, yeah, in your reference, her head is tilted up, but at the neck and all that, everything starts to see, we start to see the bottom of things, like the nose, the jaw, right? So you're just finding this point where do we start to have to, like, I guess, see the bottom versus the tops of objects. That'll help you find your horizon. Even look at pictures in like, say, rooms. And the really nice thing about figuring out that perspective stuff is once you know it, it'll like drastically improve your understanding of perspective and improve your pictures from here on out. Also, Sorry about that, Saya the Silver Wolf. Links can only be posted right now by subscribers, but you can post a link in the Discord if you have one. Yeah, it'll all just start clicking. I only learned like some basic understanding of perspective like this year, right? I mean, I had some like ingrained intuitive understanding, but once I actually picked it up and learned some, it's been like just so helpful. But yeah, think about cross contour and perspective. See, like this leg is coming towards us, so volumes are like that. You're reading? Well, I read that. I'm sorry, Ricochet, if that's not really the most helpful of the critiques. I didn't really give you much practical advice for rendering. I guess something to keep in mind with shading is if it's a volume, pay attention to the anti-weenus. Highlight consistent shadows and study on perspective. Oh, okay. I mean, there you go. Yeah. And for your actual render, I'll just add this final thing. Most of the time, your volume shadows, they're gonna be soft, right? So like the transition into the face, it's gonna be a soft transition because it's just the cheek. But say all of a sudden now we can partly see this part of the body in light. Where it starts, like where the, I guess, shoulder stops blocking your light, that's gonna be a hard cast shadow. That makes sense. Not that I think what I did here actually works, but it's that idea. And then over here, you would blend this part out. Because that, again, is like the volume shadow. Planes shifting away from you. Oh, that book I was talking about, that was Ernest Norling's Perspective Made Easy. Okay, I'll get rid of that because I don't abide what I just did. I don't think that works. But if it were to work, it's that kind of principle. It would probably be more likely to be visible on the legs, but I didn't want to get into cast shadows. They're hard. All right. But thank you for asking for my advice, and also thank you for submitting. I will post this in feedback for you, okay? Also, I typed E. I didn't mean to do that. It might have looked good. I don't think it was accurate, so I don't really want you to think that that's how to do it because it was inconsistent with the lighting. That makes sense. Okay. Who's next? Okay. Oh, it's Lek. Like, it's your turn. Are you here? Yeah. Who's next? Like how that didn't make any sense. I feel like it'd be like that, right? Are you, okay, I see you. I guess I sketched this one up and it's early enough that I can fix stuff around. Yeah, that seems like a good point to get feedback on. I have thoughts. I'm looking at pictures that are in my Discord feedback section, if you want me to maybe take a look at it. Well, this is looking cute. Okay, I see where you marked your horizon line. Here. Does that make sense for anybody? That's the horizon. So we can see the bottom of the hat. Right? And then below it, now we see the tops of the boob. So that's good. I should have I see. I feel like my Coke got cold or warm. You know any things that I do bad? Okay. The main thing that is standing out to my eye right now is I feel like maybe some anti-weenus stuff potentially. But let's see. We'll just say like that right now. Top of the torso. I think, yeah. I think maybe your body. Okay. The anti-weenus. All right. So my main thoughts right now is I'm a little confused on the perspective that you're aiming for. Because to my eye, I mean, we do have some type of third vanishing point down there, right? And if we're trying to also define that in the body, I just don't think it would be as extreme as you have it here to make the body shrink away this far. I just try and draw it in. I'll say the rib cage is here, right? If I want to put her on your bench, I'll say her thigh comes up. Again, we gotta get them volumes in here. I think our leg would be doing something more like that. Kind of leaning a bit forward. Yeah. So you could have some stomach overlapping, but that's gonna, again, drive home that point that she's leaning over. If this leg, again, I feel like it's kind of what I was talking about with the first picture I looked at. If it's gonna cross over, it's gonna have to get bigger than the other leg, right? Because here, it's kind of like they're just overlapping without it visibly looking like it's coming up and at us. So in yours, you're gonna have to like come up. I would even maybe have it do it like this. Hold on. Let me fix this because I don't think I did it right. Hold on, I missed something. She's so thick. You second that? leg going over the other leg should be bigger. Yes. Hmm. Let me see. Just struggling to see it a little bit. Oh. Hey, Fusion Tech. Maybe you need to just scoot her up a smidge. We'll start with that. I feel like you're just a bit tight right now. Give me a second. I'm like really hot. I don't know why my room's so warm right now. Let me cool it down real fast and then I'll be right back. Okay? BRB. I don't have to lose my gloves. It's too hot. Okay, I'm back. I also got a cold Coke. I was like on fire, but it was like only like 73 in here. But I'm used to it being like 71, so I got warm. Yeah, I drew for like 8 hours straight of like active drawing yesterday. It was a mistake. That day was so bad because then the left arm died out. I like couldn't close it. So that one was bad. It feels okay right now. Oh, it's not showing I'm live on Discord? That's weird. Wonder why. Maybe it's not like synced up right now. Oh yeah. Carver? You did win. I'll be messaging you here soon. It could take up to 30 days for you to get your other prizes, okay? Yeah, since the Twitch hack, I probably need to connect it up. All right. Let me rethink. No, she had just an overpaint. Like, to make sure your hand rests. Yeah, I'm just trying to give people feedback today. All right. So let me just think about the dilemmas I'm coming across because it's like you say you want her tilting forward, right? That could work. But then we'll see more of the top of this like shoulder, right? to give us this appearance. Yeah, big boobs do make it hard sometimes to see the pose. Critique stream. I was like, Critica? Layer with the initial construction anymore. I thought it at all. It's okay. Like the brush I was using, I feel like I can't see. But I guess, so I'm confused right now because we have the tilting forward, but I don't feel it because I think her head would be bigger and these things would be bigger a bit. Okay. So we could either flatten it or we can push it. We want to push it, which I imagine you want to. This arm. We're gonna have to define those cross contours, bring it forward. Sleepy Kitty, yeah, and I have another one in my lap, trying to make me more hot again. Okay, hold on. And then you have the booty. We'll say the butt starts here, right? You're leaning forward. Hold on a sec. I need to cross my legs real quick. I don't understand. You see his whole butt. He's resisting to get out of my lap. Alright, if I cross my legs. I have holes in my pants, so ignore that. Alright. Generally, when you cross your legs, you have to bring this, like the straight leg that's under the other one to the other side of it. Unless you're gonna do one of like the poses where it's like way up high. Squeeze me. And I feel like this leg is looking a little bit too straight. Like it's the idea of it being turned in, but it feels like this like the hip joint is here when it should be back here, right? Would make Cam. Yep, Alice. So cute. Yeah, I am doing critiques right now. Does this make sense so far? Why? Am I making sense? I don't know. You have it already. I wonder if it serves the image better to not have the legs crossed anyway. It might. I mean, you could have it crossed, but you're gonna have to think of your perspective, maybe. The knee would probably be up here, I think. Yes, that's very true. I mean, if you have it not, that would be cute too. And then you could have it feel like that or something. That could be cute. Or even just like maybe she's crossing her ankle. You know, maybe she's that feminine. I think my problem with your weenus, your anti-weenus earlier, was maybe just it needed to be more, the protrusion would have been more on this side, I feel. I would experiment with this one other specific thing, is maybe take the arm out more. So you have a more clear silhouette. And even get to hide the hand if you want to. And then just remember if we're, that's probably going back and up. Uh-oh. What happened? What happened, Divine? Less hand, less background, more strat. Yep. Post strat. Have the hand be like that. Even push that. One thing is I feel like maybe her head would be tilted down more still. You kind of want to keep the cutesy hand pose. That, but not sure what's going on with that. Oh yeah, I mean, I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. I was just thinking if you wanted to have a more visible silhouette, try and raise the arm. Maybe have it. Something dainty like that. Oh, pinky out. Okay, good. Head. I think it's fine. It doesn't feel like you have to change it. I was gonna say you could have it tilted so we're looking down at her more. Maybe she's looking up at us more, right? But what you have is fine too. Like if she's actually looking up more. But that's probably it. Just, I felt like your legs kind of looked pinched and a little bit confused. And then maybe we would see more of the hand flat and down, since this is like a flat platform, you know? Like that. Probably push it back if you want. I don't know. I hope that helps. I think it is on the right track. I feel like I personally get confused sometimes with forms, especially in like this sense, but I think that makes sense. Be mindful of my hands. I am trying. Thank you, Calvin. It was a little sore, but I think it's okay. Can't stretch. Okay. Hey, Lou. Alright, I will send you a screenshot. Oh, hold on. I'll do the hand stretch once I've grabbed the screenshot. Yeah, how are you guys doing? I feel like I've not been able to keep the most track of chat today, just due to me trying to give feedback and like contain a consistent thought for a few minutes. Doing well? Nice. Enjoying your alcohol so far? Yeah, you're drinking. I'm a little jealous, not gonna lie. See. Macaulay, are you ready for some feedback? Is there something specific about this picture you are wanting advice on? Good sketching and lurking? Nice. How the face is looking? Okay. The angle and all. Okay. You're touching up something you want feedback on? Just trying to finish the comms quickly. October flew by. I know. I'm upset about it. I did not get anything I wanted to do done. Black Flames. This is the one, right? This is what you posted in the Discord? Was that the human reference? Oh, you're doing Chris the Bug's other challenge. Following Chris Bugman. He did. I changed that. Okay, that's the character. It was cute. I didn't know she was doing this. Forgot how broke you were? Oh. Oh, thanks. When you're even, yeah. It's been in some pain. I'm upset because pretty sure it means I need to like take more breaks. Something like that. Okay, so I think you have a bit of a conflict right now with the view. Why did you hair on a heart? I drew too much and I have like bad form. One thing I have been doing is I'm holding my pen a bit better and softer than I used to. I'm trying to use my arm more. Trying to sit back and like hopefully give my elbow enough space to draw. I've tried sitting higher or putting like my, what do you call it? This thing. I've been trying to put this further up on my desk so my arm has something more to rest on. After being begged to. No. Thing is, Sig, please. You guys see him? He's trying to take out my chair. But there's a perfectly good pumpkin over there for you to sit in. Go on. Go on. Chunkmeyer, yep. He's a bit of a chunk. He's always been a bit of a thick boy. Find a stand for my tablet. Yeah, it actually should be coming in today. But I think I'm gonna have to get a new chair so I can have an armrest because I currently have no, you guys can't see me. I have no armrest right now. I'm wondering if it's like here and I just don't realize it yet. On my porch! On my porch! Alright, let me be right back, y'all. Hopefully it's still on my porch. BRB. Sorry about that. It was there, luckily. Haven't opened it yet. Also, thank you. Sorry. I also got like an arm brace, but the arm brace is way too big to offer any type of compression or anything. So I'll have to return that. No, no good. I'm gonna change our jams. Oh, a sippy sippy. I need it. I just did it, but I forgot to do it when the camera was actually on. Like out of breath. I feel like whoever just delivered my package hates me because they just like had to lug up like a 40-pound box of cat litter. But I'm really glad they did because we like where I live there's like a box that people put stuff in. But then I would have to lug it up to my door and I don't think I could do it right now. Anyway. Macaulay, are you still there? Oh yeah, okay. So my thought is right now you're dealing with like conflict in view. So I think you could adjust it by of the face, I mean. You could adjust it by making the cheekbone a bit more visible. And give us like that view. Or you could push it and have the eye. All that would be gone. Probably. Oh my gosh. I guess kind of how you have it. Yes, that's kind of my thought. Is it just looks a bit. Parts of it looks like it's a conflict of 3/4 and then also side view. Do you see my cat, Pixie? I don't know. I feel like I didn't like my background. Why didn't you like your background? I felt like you went a bit above and beyond by even having a background. But if I were you, I wouldn't do that one. I would do this type of fix. Hold on. That's why we need Pixie. Need a Pixie Ring Fit stream. Oh yeah, I mean I have one. Uh, it could be fun. I feel like I shouldn't be doing it right now, just while I'm trying to like recover. But when I am a bit more recovered, we can make it a problem again. Got it. It was TBH. Yeah. Okay. So I would just soften that, probably. The brow ridge. Probably bring out your cheekbone just a smidge. And I feel like once you add some of your colors, it'll help it. So hello. Send Poppy streams. Welcome. Best streamer I watched. Almost threw up. So out of shape, yeah. Oh. Let's see. Yeah. You could try and have a more realistic eye. What I mean is like a lot of times when you look from side to side, like your eyelid kind of follows it along, like, say, the curve. So it's like right now you have your eye kind of doing what it would in a anime or something, but for like a front view, right? But since you're doing like the eye looking off to the side, I think you probably have it doing something more like that. That. Yes, and on the other too. But in reverse, right? So honestly, it would probably look mostly the same. But since that, I would maybe make the eyes bigger. That might be just like a stylistic choice on my part. Is slow too, yeah. I think that's what I would suggest. Let me pull up a reference. I don't want to lead you astray because I don't personally love how what I just did looked. I have found images. I'll pull up the random image I found. It's a little unhelpful because it's a front view, but you can kind of see what I mean. Like, since the eye is looking over here, everything is kind of pulling that way, right? It can't quite go as extreme on the other side, but that's kind of what I mean. Yes, because our eyes are like this. I mean, not this extreme, but we have like that bit of clear over our eye. Yes. Mm-hmm. There's your like iris. And so with that, it's like it pulls your eyelids around kind of. It hurts. Not so bad right now, but it still hurts, unfortunately. Sorry, I'm trying to add some shadow kind of so I can help visualize it a little better. But this is, again, kind of going for a more realistic look. If that's not something you care about too much, I don't know if it's important then, you know? And just remember, like, we're seeing the top part of the lip now. Bottom. So now you have to think of, like, this plane here. Under the lip. Guez and lop. Lop. Okay. So, definitely an anime fusion-esque look. Yeah. I'm gonna pull up an image and then I can... Okay. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think you can do that. Here. Let me almost make one more suggestion if we're to keep it more how you have it. Because I found like a pull up picture that's more similar to yours. Rando? Yeah. I don't think I like what I did. I mean, you can even go with that, like a bit more of a semi-closed eye, and that might work better with that side view. For a moment, hey Mateo, I see what you're doing. I'm like, what is going on? I don't see where that was typed out anywhere. I was like, what's going on? That's funny. All right, we're flags. No, 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 no. You're good. You're good. I was just confused. But go on. But I got to sleep. Oh, all right. I'm sorry. Did you end up posting it? But yeah, I would maybe do something more like that. I brought the eye over to try and match this more tilted view than say trying to conform to the eye like I did here. Because I don't like this one as much as say this one I did. Right? I think that's closer to what you're going for. Okay. But yeah, that's what I would suggest. And then also maybe bring that ear. You can tilt it up more. Oops. You want to? But it would generally, I think the ear is like a little closer to where your eye is, like between here and here. It is for the Krista's draw this in your style. What about the skull size? Like in general, or compared to like the figure? I think it's probably fine. I mean, I honestly thought a lot of that was hair. Like if I had to pick where your skull is, it's like here. Oh, but also good night, Mega. I don't know if you're still here. Yeah, I think it's fine. You might could bring the hair in a bit. If you want it to be a little closer. Probably bring the ear even more close in. But yeah, that's about where I would imagine your skull to be. I am a little bit Sky and Rakali. A little bit. I haven't committed to anything yet, but I kind of would like to. Yeah, I would bring that in like that. I think that would help you a lot. If you want to bring the hair in, you can. Like conform to the skull a bit better. Oh, it looks like they have a plushy back of the head though, so I would leave it. And then if you're gonna do this shoulder, like back, looking back view, just make sure you think about the shapes. Does that help though? Is there anything else? Helps a lot. Okay, good. Glad I can help. Yeah, I will send you one. Yeah, I'm actually, that's the wrong direction. Is that a problem? Are you able to flip it? I like how you do the eyes. Thank you. I can flip it. Let me just flip it. Okay. All right. I shared it with you on Discord. Isn't the hair, isn't, oh, isn't the hair bigger? Yes. It's got a lot of like drop. But I think I was kind of wondering about the whole thing about the skull. So I wouldn't necessarily bring the hair much closer. But you could tighten it a little bit at the base of the neck and then have it kind of do that like arc. And you can kind of see that like shape. It like goes down and then up. That kind of gives the illusion of the hair sagging, and then it makes it more clear that that's not really the skull. Get it out of here. Yes, it's a stylistic representation too. Draw this in your style. But yeah, that's my sense. Sent it right. Sent. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully that helps, and thank you for asking me to help you. Who's next? Uh, MT Addict? Are you there? Absolutely, sure thing. They might not be. I kind of took a bit to get towards it. I kind of don't really know exactly what they want back on because I kind of like what they have going. Uh, Kyle Yaka, are you there? Hey. Can you tell me something about perspective or composition, please? All right, let's see. All right, let me think for a second. No, I'm just using your guys' art to take up art on my stream because I can't draw, right? All right, so let me just level it out on the horizon real quick so I can kind of get a have the horizon line curving. What does that mean? I feel like I don't have a strong enough understanding of perspective to know kind of how to do like almost, I guess, curvilinear type of perspective. So maybe for now I'll just say it's like that. Compositionally, I kind of don't. I don't think it's helping you very much by having her head so close to the top. Like, I think something more like that might help you better. Maybe not. Maybe. Yeah. Yes. All right. So I think again we're kind of running into a problem with volumes. So with uh-oh. I'm sorry. The links don't work. Were you trying to share a link? You can just put it in the Discord. Oh, Somber, I just saw your picture. Do you want me to give you advice on that later? Uh, that link definitely did not work. Oh, okay. So you want to have a lot of foreshortening and impact, kind of, right? Okay. Um, I think then what I was gonna say still stands. Right now, her torso is like there's just her torso is not increasing in size, even though it would be closer to us, if that makes sense. Like if I'm to draw her like a box, this is like what we should be having, right? So we can see the bottom side and part of this side, right? And the side. A fast English speech? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess the thing is the torso should be bigger. If it's coming towards us. I'll just try and draw it, okay? Or I'll just bend yours around. feel like, honestly, if you brought your torso over more... Oh, catch you later, Sky Sky. Thanks for hanging out. Come on, Photoshop. I gotta try and add stuff back in. But I feel like your torso needed more space. You gonna dance? And that's the character in the pose. You know, I saw your picture the other day, but I knew it was a bit complex, and I'm like, oh, I don't quite know how to best advise you or give you a correction. What's she on? I think it's just the ground. A little bit bigger. I'm sorry, this is one where I can't quite verbalize some of the changes I think that really need to be made. That would actually not. Let's say we want to push it further. Does this make sense to you guys? So the way the perspective is going, the character is leaning down and towards us, right? So that box is like that. But then the leg is a box going out to the side, right? I think you have it a bit overextended. But the problem was it felt like the character almost was like going back. And that's why she was small, right? So it felt like it was like doing this where she was going back in space. Oh my goodness, Zakawa, the raid. Welcome. How's your stream? I'm currently just giving feedback right now. To people. Trying. Dumpyfongo? Welcome, you guys. Yeah, I see that. Also, alright. Sorry, I'm like mind blanking. Everyone, Zakawa and Stumpyfongo, they are both members of the DeviantArt Collective. So make sure to go follow them. They stream here on Twitch, and then they are also on DeviantArt. You love my spooky room? Thank you. But they're both amazing artists. You should definitely follow them. They're very, very, very high quality, very professional. But really awesome artists. Thank you so much for the raid. I am like struggling right now because I like blew up my arm. Not really. But I like overexerted it from drawing too much. And having like a bad work setup. So I can't really draw right now, so I'm really just trying to offer feedback or something I could actually do today because I can't really draw. But yeah. If anybody wants to get some feedback, now would be a good time. It's like subpar feedback. But I guess does this make sense? Hope it does. That's why I suggest doing that, bringing the body forward more. And then I would also, yeah, adjust the hand a little bit. All good, no share. Okay. Were you working more on the cookies? Yes, definitely. Go to the collective link at the top. Thank you. Have a good one. Nice. The song, yep, kids. They make you more challenges like the cat? Actually, DeviantArt has a jack-o'-lantern tutorial right now that I would like to do. I even have a, what do you call it? I have a, an idea of something I'd like to draw with the pumpkins. But that is something DeviantArt is doing right now, if you want to get in on that. That is made for it. Let me find the challenge for you guys. There's probably an easier way for me to find this. Doing it the hard way though. Oh my goodness, who wanted the dungeon? Who's going to the dungeon? Doesn't tell me. Unless it told me on Twitch. Who did it? Who done it? Solsta? Oh, at Astron YS? Okay. Look, see you later. You're gonna be timed out for a few minutes. 5 minutes, but we'll see you maybe later. Still stuff with the violence. I'm gonna actually go to the right place and just drop a link. Control C, Control V. Alright, that's that tutorial though. And if my arm wasn't barked right now, I have a good idea in my mind. feel like it's kind of like rake inspired, my idea. But it's still something I would want to do. I think I would just bend the hand a little bit less. I I think overstrained it with drawing. It's something I'm kind of curious about, and I wonder if any of you guys have like pictures of your setups, because I think I need to change my setup. I think, yeah, I overworked it. I overworked it and then continued to draw after it was like done for too long now, and it just doesn't want to comply with me anymore. I had cramps in my hand last night and took off the night. Oh yeah, absolutely. Um, you can message me in the DeviantArt Discord if that's easiest. I think you might not be able to post a link. You've been having the same issue? Really? Okay. Yeah. Just I feel like I need to be more respectful to myself when I'm actually in pain and then stop. But I got like one of those ergo arms or something. And I hope maybe if I can adjust my setup, maybe that could help. My hair. Get that out of here. Little distraction, I have to draw more with my arm. Yeah. Okay. It's been done. Yeah, and I didn't help it because my arms have been aching, and then yesterday I drew for like 8 hours solid. Not of like time, it was a lot longer in time, but like the hand in the tablet. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely have to do that. I feel just so resistant to wanting to take breaks, but have like simply not being able to draw when I have like ideas and things I really want to do, um, it sucks so much. Very hard. Instead of drawing immediately. I know. Sometimes it's like the mental image, but yeah. Um, mask down, create clip. Okay, sorry. This is probably what I would suggest. I don't know if this is very helpful for you. Um, but really it's just bringing that body forward to make a little more sense. Even the leg probably needs to go backwards a bit. You gotta go eat dinner and spend time with your kiddos? Aw, well, have a good time. And I'm glad you stopped by. Have a good night. And again, more problems with the weenus. I think it should be that way more. With this hand pose, yeah. Oh, welcome back from the dungeon. As far as composition, I don't know if I have a lot of great tips. I kind of think the foot maybe even needs to be a bit bigger. And then maybe adjust your contour lines here to have more of a strong coming towards us look. Because right now it looks like the leg was bending sideways. There you go. I think that's my main advice. New character? No, this is, I think, supposed to be a Skullgirl girl. Girl. Well, hopefully this helps you. A spare storage room in the station. Could you imagine going to a gas station and getting like temporarily locked up? I tell you, I wouldn't go back to that gas station. Trying to write it out. Doesn't make sense. Longer. Torso. I mean, I don't know if I'm spelling right. Word. Us. What do you call it? Distant cross contour. Okay. Those are my advice. Yeah. You know, the thing is, I'm gonna have to do it again. After that, though, I'm just gonna like keel over and, you know, cease to exist for a little bit. Oh, sippy. All right. Empty Addict, are you there? Are you still not there? If not, it's okay. Does anybody else want feedback? I finished my list. Oh, wait. Hey, Mateo, you said you actually wanted advice, right? Let's see. Give me feedback on how to make more realistic pores texture. I don't know, Halo with Tail. That's like definitely not my forte. Is that the right word? I definitely don't really know how to do true realism. I can do things that are like to simulate it a little bit. But if anybody else also wants feedback, you join the Discord and post in the feedback section. I can take a look. Remember to keep it TOS. You want me to pull it up? Okay. I'm doing it. Please don't send me there again. Oh. Oh. Okay. So things that I think you're doing really well, honestly, is I feel the volume in the lips, and that's exactly what you want, right? So definitely keep that up. Signature unique work. Oh, would smooch. I'm gonna have to try and approach this more as like, I guess, a digital artist, and I hope that's okay. Is also good, yeah. Right, for the eye. You're doing well, again, by having just the shapes and having the waterline and all that. One thing, and this might apply more to digital, but it doesn't necessarily have to. All right, well, one more thing. Your eyebrow is a bit too close. To your eye, and it's arguably a bit small. So I would do something more like that. Do I have a brush that like paper? No. If I can make it work. Lots of it. The hardest thing to draw, go? What do you mean? Like the hardest thing to draw? Cars. Vehicles, I think. Star? No. My attempts to make it look traditional did not work. So I apologize. Yeah, but I would raise that brow a bit in the future. He's choking. I'm choking? What do you mean? What do you guys mean? You could probably even make the eyebrow bigger if you wanted to. But one thing that sometimes people say, and you might be able to achieve this with like a smudge stick. So sometimes it's nice to give the illusion of detail versus drawing in individual details. I think something that you kind of mentioned is like you're kind of newer to drawing still, right? Something I've heard that newer artists can kind of do is they strive for kind of hyperrealism versus say exploring, I guess. So it's like in your mind you see each of those eyelashes, but say when you're actually looking at something, it's like right now you're looking at my hair, right? Oh, this part, this part of my hair, right? It's a big shape, but there's like a few hairs loose here. And so when you're drawing it, you don't want to draw each and every single hair in this block of shape right here, right? But you might draw like a few strands here and then draw like the flyaway piece, right? And doing things like that is really gonna kind of be a level up. Right, Fusion Tech? I heard him say that. I'm like, you should have drawn a kitty. Tisk tisk. Tisk tisk, hey, let me tell you. You feel that? But, wait, you said you used a smudge stick? That's good. But what I'm saying is, so like here. Just grab. I need a better brush. Hold on. Okay. So we're just gonna get in the shape, right? And then like, you just kind of cause an illusion almost of detail. So now we go in with like a few individual strokes. Because, like I said, when you see things, unless you're like right up next to the person and looking for it, most of the time you don't see a lot of the individual details that make up the form. It seems hard to you? Does it? I haven't actually watched the video yet because I was wanting to do it later. You are interested in hyperrealism? Then I don't know if I can help you with it too well, just because it's definitely not my my interests. An artist I'm thinking about with the advice I'm trying to give to you. What? What do you want? Replicate the eye to give it a full face. Like this. It's gonna get weird. Yeah, cute though. Yeah. There you go. Oh, we can do that. Like that, right? Sorry, that was too funny. Perfection. No knees, no nose needed. I get a little scared. Alright. I mean, yeah, when you said you couldn't draw, I'm like, no. I don't think you get to say that. You might not have much practice drawing, but you definitely can. That worked. Did I do it right? I did pretty good. Yeah. You're on the road. I know. I wouldn't even worry about symmetry right now. Right now, what's most important for developing skills at an early phase is mileage. So just drawing, attempting at your best to get eyes to be symmetrical. I mean, like, one thing right now, see if we can liquefy it. There. Now it looks more like she's actually looking at us. Say versus like where it was, it's like she's kind of looking at you, but it's not focused. But there, it's like she's more focused on us. That one I probably took me like 12 or 14 hours. Yeah, looking past us. No, I think, Hello Mateo, this is somebody I would suggest you to go check out, and you can see if this is something you are interested in drawing like. She's digital, but I think it's still good principles for you. She was one of the artists I was talking about previously, and she kind of gives really harsh feedback. Not for everybody, you know, obviously. But she's kind of what I was saying is she encourages people to give the illusion of detail. I put that in stream chat. Um, that she'll probably give you better advice than I can because this is just not really my specialty, right? It is Istabrak. All right. You want me to send you a screenshot of this? Flip the mouth and make it sad. Not that. Mm-hmm. It's very pretty. Also, in addition, this is maybe a hard stance on this subject, but Cynics has done a video. He personally doesn't like hyperrealism. I don't feel one way or another about it. It's not really my favorite, but fun. I will also post this in stream chat. But he kind of talks about like Did I just get told to ask for permission before posting a link? Is that me? Oh no, no, it was somebody else. I thought I thought Streamlabs was getting on my case. If you'd like to share a link, you can join the Discord and share it there. Yes. Yeah, hey Mateo. I'm sorry if it wasn't super helpful. Oh. There you go. Beautiful. Okay. I'll still send it. Stream chat or in feedback if you want me to do feedback on it. Hello. But yeah, Istabrack's channel is like one of the ones I think about a lot when I imagine realism, but maybe not hyper realism. My feedback, like I said, is more targeted to say simplifying, but your goal was specifically to go with ultra detail, right? So maybe it's a bit kind of counterproductive. You said you wanted to help drawing pores. I mean, I think you're on the right track, like following these tutorials, kind of, you know. That well on pencil or paper. Yeah. The best thing I think you could do is draw it in and then use the like squishy eraser and dab it out, draw in, dab it out, you know? And that way it removes some detail and then you add back in. Yep. That'd be my thoughts. Right. Anybody else? Anybody else? If you want feedback, you know, now is the time. Yeah. If you have something you want me to look at, post it in the feedback section on Discord. Oh, you posted your example? You want me to give advice? Sure thing, Zomper. Like, there's really no way around how much time it takes to get a photorealistic image drawn. Yeah, you saying it takes you like how long it took to do that eye, I believe it. I 100% believe it. With photorealism being your goal, I'm working on doing the fixes. Oh, nice. No, 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 no. I will do it. Is it in stream chat? Did you post your kitty though? Better. Better have. All right. I don't know if I can directly apply it to your picture. We're doing those two. I can imagine. No, no. Did you post it to DeviantArt? Oh, Zomber. It's okay. You can do it with the pumpkin. It's up to you. You don't have to. Kitty. All right. So my main thoughts. Do you imagine like it's falling upwards or downwards? I'm thinking it's falling down. I think your paint. Maybe I will try and do it over. Up to the right corner. Okay. I feel like I should probably be pretty good at this with all my experience of drawing various forms of goo. We'll see. I think you needed more thicker forms in this to sell it. And you also don't have a lot of like globs of paint that you can see. Like, because all of like the lines where it's like kind of just there are off the screen. These forms will go, yeah. The nice thing is this paint doesn't seem to have like any subsurface too. Oh, sorry. Somebody asked me what brush I was using. I definitely missed that, and I don't remember what brush I was using, so I do apologize. But I think if you had more forms like this, it would be more convincing. In your reference, I don't see like a crazy highlight. I think the biggest highlight would be like this, but it's soft. Yeah, yeah. You gotta pick a direction and then try and stay consistent with it. Like a tongue. Oh, hey, Starshine. I'm trying to give feedback today. My arm kind of hurts too much for me to draw myself. So I'm just offering advice. Okay. that make sense? I don't know if that's all that helpful, but I feel like if you had just more like thicker shapes in here. Like maybe you have merged all that and try and not necessarily do the exact same thing, because this is like something where it would be really random, you know? Yes. I don't enjoy messing with water too much. That's why it was nice when I saw that this paint kind of has like a thicker look to it. Not really rendering it out anymore, but just thinking of shapes, right? Study session trying to um find materials that are difficult, yeah. With the bubbles, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it was 100% clear to me that you intended it for it to be paint. One other point though about like the balls is, so you can kind of see right now. So you have shine there, right? Here and then here. Those are consistent, but then all of a sudden you have a shine that's at the bottom, you know, and then you have a shine that's at the top, shine that's at the bottom again. So it's like, ideally, you want to try and get everything to look the same. Right? But that's again one of those things with like consistent lighting. Hey, little bro. The light is all one direction. Unless you have multiple lights, but then it would need to be reflected on everything, right? So if you have your ball, and then your shadow. By doing this, now you have a light source, right? And say like, that would be your highlight. Camp Shrimp Camp. I guess it stays the same. But that doesn't mean you can't have two light sources, right? So let's get weird. I'm not great at this, but you had a light coming from here. From like behind it. Then you'd have like a light. It would just be consistent across the board. If that makes sense. Damn, you cool, Dan? But yeah, generally, your lighting needs to be consistent on all the objects, unless for some reason you also have a table all of a sudden that this ball is on. And then there's a separate light source coming from the other direction, right? So all this area is like in shadow. Like a separate ball. And it's in between the shadow of the table and then also being hit by another light off the screen. Okay. And we would get something like a cast shadow, right? And then you'd also have, I don't know, lighting coming from that direction. I guess that's the only other thing I could think of. Well, I don't know how to render that out. But it would be that smooth one, right? Same with that, technically. Understood? Okay. I don't know if that was helpful. It probably is just confusing. Ignore this part. Yeah, that's my advice. Does anybody else want any feedback? It's okay if you don't. I don't know about that. A sippy sippy. Yeah, I mean, I normally do it where there's like it's 10,000 channel points, but I also have a Discord channel where I'm always like, I'm happy to help people. Other people will help you. Nice, a nice little nap. Yeah, drop a link, take a look. Am I having bad delay? Almost looks like I am. See. Yeah, there's some bad delay. Miss Shrugs. I'm not emotionally prepared for a critique at the moment. Oh, alright. How long are you planning to take it easy with the injury? Well, I've been kind of taking it easy today. In addition, because once I'm done streaming, I'm gonna go hard. So I'm trying to save up the strength of the arm for when I'm done streaming so I can work on something. But whenever I finish this picture I need to get done, I'm gonna I think I'm gonna just take it really easy, at least for like a week. We'll see if I can do a week of like not drawing. we'll see if I have to do more, if I like make it worse. You're stuck on a hand, that's about it. Yeah. Chatty streams. Careful. I took a break from digital drawing, but I would like some feedback if that's alright. Yeah, are you in the Discord? If you're not, you might be able to send a link to Fusion Tech and they could post it for me. As long as it's like TOS, it should be good. Also, hello. Just chatting streams. Yeah, I don't know what I would do. I don't know if I would play video games or what. Yeah. Yeah, a bit. Like I said, I have like a deadline I gotta hit, and I really need to try and do that. Like, if it starts just throbbing, I will stop again. Yes, pumpkin carving. I've just drawn too much, and it set it off. Too tight with the hand, like bad position, like this shouldn't be drawing like this, you know? It's bad for the thumb. Too tight, strain on this, all these bits. So I've been like trying to draw more like this. Does that make sense? I feel like you guys can't see my hand. Fine, it's confusing with like the two gloves. I'm drawing more with my arm, but the damage is still, I think, there. But yeah, like I said, I can give feedback. You guys gotta actually show me an image so I can see it. Yeah, I need to get I think a new chair eventually here soon. Okay. I would love some peek how to make this, I don't know, potion. Okay. I draw with my arm a lot, but say when I like I do that for like big strokes, but say when I'm like in here, sometimes it's just easier for me to like pull my arm down or flick my wrist or my fingers. So using my fingers for movements like that. And even like the small little bits, it's just no good. All right, Scott, let me take a look at that. And so you're saying you're trying to get your character to look more emotion? Like you want more emotion to the picture itself, or um or do you want the character to be like emoting? Okay, so you want it to be more moody? You think you plan on adding shadow? Clay modeling? All right. Well then, what is the mood? Are they angry? Are they sad? You want it more dynamic. I don't know if I want to listen to this song. Oh, you know what I want to listen to? The older stuff. Sad and thoughtful. Okay. Well, one thing I think that could help you with your dynamicness, let me make it a little transparent so I can see it a bit better, is I feel the volume here, but I don't think I quite feel it here. Like, I think maybe you should have the arm bend. Or, like, to be perpendicular, parallel to the body. But that might help it feel more dynamic by having some, uh, like, perspective in the form. Does that make sense? And then yeah, when you do it, make sure that like the bands on his arms are following that cross contour. Yeah, if you're in the Discord. Oh, I mean, I'm doing feedback right now if that's what you are asking for. I think picking a specific light source will also help you with your creating that mood. Because like if it's kind of like a brooding, sad feel, I do think I feel it in the face. You know, I wanted to listen to this, but I don't know if you guys enjoy this, so I won't listen to it. What else could I help the joints? Really? That is an interesting idea. Sometimes when I play with clay, though, I'm not strong enough. Like, finger strength, I guess. Use a softer clay? Okay. I guess the nose might not stick out. They look like they're some type of satyr or something. Another another thing that adds like a dynamic look is having the hair blowing, I feel. Maybe to match like the coat a bit more. I see. Yeah. That's just one of the things I could think of. It's a little tricky, I think, for me to know what to point out for you. But it's like, I think things like that maybe could help sell the whole look. I'm gonna see if I can help with. I mean, I liked all the effects or the clothing you had on it, but yeah, I think if you do something like this, it could feel just a bit more dynamic. One other thought is I feel like, yeah, your light color is just a bit on the dark side. I understand if you're trying to create like a moody scene, that might be what you're going for, but I feel like you might feel like you're gonna create more impact by making it just a bit brighter, and you can just have it in just a few spots or something. Oh, the overlay? You mean making it feel dark? Okay. That you have on yours? Yeah. But I think having like more of a say more distance between the light color and then the shadow color. Like there's not a huge space, but maybe if you were to extend that space a little bit, that could help. Zero Thomas, I like your picture, but I feel like I might have to like put her in some yoga pants so I can actually draw that on stream. These are gone. Actually, and then I'm sadly here, hold on, maybe I can do it without it. Oh, just look? Okay. I like it. I'm a big fan of Fiona. Oh, both will need pants. uh, is why you wanted the chair. Yeah. He's upset. He doesn't like it when his spot gets taken. All right. But I hope that helps, Scab. I think it looks nice. It's a little picture. But those would just be some thoughts, maybe, to make it feel a bit more, really? Maybe to make it feel just a bit more dynamic. Is that good? I feel like I just need to get better in terms of the look for pictures. Okay. Oh, cool. And maybe I'll leave that on so you can actually see it. I don't know where that one line came from, but just ignore that. On the arm. Myra? Is that how I say your name? Oh. If possible, I would like feedback on the rendering the skin and rendering the skin color and shadows. Are you there? Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Looking cute. Is there a certain style that you are aiming for? Kind of? Because right now it feels kind of like a very soft lighting, you know, without a very strong shadow. Cute. Semi-realistic? Okay. Well, right now, so that's your shadow, and that's your light. And if I were to click on the two, there's like a very small space between them. So I think maybe if you had more, like more shadow, or sorry, more darken the value of your shadow color, that might help. So something more like that. Um, a little tiny bit on the nose, right? Under the chin. Under the eyes. And I'm basing the shadow off of where you already had it, and then also like you have a highlight in her eye. Her eye. That looks bad. I'll try and redraw that later. Uh-oh. I mean, what you had was nice. I think it's just maybe if you could shift it up a bit. Maybe that would help. Oh yeah, I agree. And then some shadow for the hair. I mean, you just didn't have a lot of shadow already on the character. So you just didn't have it in yet. You know? Yeah, that's something you gotta get a little more confident in making the difference between the uh shadow and the lit side, right? You could even, which this would definitely be steps more towards realism. Not over just sorry. I think sometimes it helps to flip it back and forth. You kind of see whether or not you had things symmetrical or not. I say I really like that septum. Thank you. All right, for the hair, you probably also need to darken that and define your shadow. I personally think when you like put shadows on white hair, it's kind of nice to shift to like your ambient light, so you have like a purple color. So maybe if we do the shadows a bit on the purple side. Just a bit. Kind of all of it. Hello. You can kind of just see. No, you still have to add some past shadows with for the hair over here. But yeah, that would be, I think, a good start. You, I mean, you could even, like I was saying, is like trying to think of it. Even you could pop in some highlights on the face. Like under the nose is a big spot. On the lips, you know? That'd be some good starting points, I think. This is Rats by Ghost. Yeah, hopefully that helps. Is there anything else you might want thoughts on? I guess before I move along? Oh, okay. Okay, good. I will post it in that same channel. I mean, even shadows on the horns. Have a shadow across the hair from this horn. Okay, and Zero Thomas, which one was it that you wanted me to look at? I like your render on the third thing you posted. No, I'm wearing a compression gloves right now because my hands hurt, my arms hurt. Speaking of that, I'll put on the other one. I mean, they work as art gloves. The people jumping in the forest. Okay. And you were just saying you're thinking about flow. Well, um, I mean, I don't know if anything uh specifically feels like it's not flowing. I think I I'm not a fan of this little tangent almost right here. Like it's touching. And I feel like it would look maybe nicer to just have like her legs slightly. Was behind his head. don't know if you've intended to do this on purpose. They're in the upper trees. Yeah, I think so. I'd maybe have that branch or whatever continue. And even here, have it continue so it doesn't end at her blade. Or even here, maybe have that branch continue. So it doesn't feel like it's just stopping right before it meets the character. Oh, this is a point, but this is might not be important in case you have sippy sippy. I think I did it, but we'll do it again. I think. Come on. My thought was if you planned on using this as a value reference right now, I would flip it, right? So the character in the back would be the lightest, and the character closest to us would have the most contrast and darker value, right? So I don't know if you're using this as a guide for that, but I would keep that in mind when you work on it later. Yep, okay. And then one small thing I think about him is if his shoulder's here, I just feel like maybe the leg would be maybe further back or something. Like, trying to think of the stretch. Muffin. And I would just consider having his legs not go behind her like this. Just consider it. It might just be my preference, but I kind of don't like how their legs kind of, or how his leg maybe disappears into it, or into hers. Yes. You're too shy for feedback? Okay. What this, whatever this tangent might end up being. Yeah. I think that helped. I would consider, I mean, I know I mentioned this, but I would consider, I feel like the stretch going on to have his booty showing here is a lot. I would maybe just not have that. Like, have his back leg just here. All together. Then you gotta worry about his tangents. Something like that. Yeah. Hopefully that helps. I would maybe pull her neck back. And flex, yeah. On the glove, make sure you get that cross contour a little closer. Since it's coming so close to us. You can maybe even lower her head if you want her to look more hunched over like you had it. But earlier I felt like it wasn't quite connected. Like that, I guess. What aspects do I feel most confident? Probably anatomy, and then like, yeah. Anatomy and form. I can find some tangents, I tell you. You know, I added in this wood stuff, but I don't think I like that it follows the arm, so I'd also have that, like, go. Maybe more like that. Anatomy and perspective. Yeah, I can handle that. Hyperrealism rendering, probably not, but I can handle some levels of rendering. And I might be able to tell you if your lighting looks off, but I might not be able to tell you the best ways of like improving it. All right, but yeah, hopefully that helps a bit. I don't know. I would actually just get rid of that one. Have it continue like that. But... All right, well, hopefully that helps. Thank you for asking for feedback. Is there anything else you think you might want me to look at? Okay, nice. Sippy sippy and hand stretch. Specifically, what about the characters? Like design? I would actually make his head a bit bigger. I don't really know if I have too many thoughts on that. Yeah, not too many thoughts. Also here, real quick, get the adjust the cross contours on these. So it mirrors like the directions of things, like in perspective, if you know what I mean. Oh, on the third one? Yeah. Well, I might look at somebody else's work. If anybody else posted one, then I'll look at it. There you go. Yeah, this is an intense picture. That's one kind of interesting thing I think with me giving people feedback is it's like, I don't think I would be, I don't know, I don't think I would take on a picture like this. So it's cool to see other people doing it. It's for your comic book? That's really cool. Were you gonna ask for something, Mutfin? Or are you good? But yeah, on those character designs, I really don't have much to say. I think, especially the character with the sword, or the red sword, I love their outfit. I think that's really fun. Yeah, absolutely. Cute dragon knows your chance. It's true. Oh, you can't. Oh, I mean, I try to help with maybe what's most applicable for whoever's asking for the advice. Yeah, allowing me to rest my arm a bit. Oh, okay. Hello. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me today. When the stream ends. That's not really true. I doubt that. I doubt that. A back to. I don't think so. No. I think the like thing that's interesting or supposed to be kind of like unique about the sweater is it's like a dress. Oh, it's like long. Guys, I got my Ergotron arm. It's right there in a box. I'll have to like figure out how to like set it all up. That'll be something, but maybe it'll help my arm feel better. Well, hold on. Speaking of ideas, if you guys are in the Discord, please make sure to think of ideas for milestones for my charity stream that I'm doing on the 28th. Um, it would just be if we hit a certain milestone, it's something that we could do on stream. So if you have ideas, as long as it's TOS, you know, and good with Twitch, it is potentially possible. Okay? But I would love to get more ideas on it. The music, yeah. Do a dragon that got fired from work. You want me to draw a dragon that got fired from work? You were just about to put it in that disclaimer? Yeah. Uh, is it possible to gift 5 subs to 5 people if I choose one action? Oh, what do you mean? Yeah, practicing my lines. Oh, wow. That's so pretty. Beautiful rendering on the skin. And so you kind of just want me to talk about, I guess, the perspective and all that? All right, we'll see. Really pretty though. I like it a lot. Um, just do a little bit of that real quick. All right. Oh, was she naked before? Did you have to censor? I can't tell. But it looks like maybe that's what you did, but I can't tell. No? Okay. Okay. I just okay, okay. Um, so let me get it. I think what kind of stands out to me is her neck. Because I'm a big fan of like the rendering here, and all that. Cool Freak, to see you. Calico Kitty. Oh, thank you. Oh, well, thank you so much. That's very sweet of you to say. Save the arm. Yeah, this is really good. But yeah, I think maybe trying to get in some of this uh neck anatomy would help. Oh my goodness. Jojota, thank you for gifting a sub to Calico Kitty. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Oh, this isn't my drawing. I'm just doing some feedback. And I feel like you have like this hunched kind of position. I almost think it would be a bit, right? Well, based on what I'm thinking, not necessarily on what you had. What you had was correct. I just think the rib cage looks a bit long. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Jojota. Thank you again for gifting a sub. That one was for Mutfin. Thank you so much. What is anatomy sometimes? Also, thank you, Big Destiny, for the host. Thank you. That's why you're asking about gifting subs. I think you could randomly gift them if you just did the thing. I think it works with the one click for like 5, but I really do appreciate that. kind of think your torso might be a smidge bigger. Or sorry, torso. Pelvis. Like, because it's coming closer to us. I would consider. Just consider it. You don't have to do it, but I think I would try and have that overlap the leg. Maybe not. I don't think I would. I lied. I wouldn't do that. I was just thinking that I kind of don't like this little gap here. And you could solve it by having the blade overlap it. But then it's you don't want it to look like it's about to cut the leg, you know? Pink lining, yep. Jojo Ta, thank you again for gifting a third sub to Zero Thomas. Yeah, I think let's see, hold on. I think since I tilted it, that's closer again to what you were aiming for. Ah, a sub for a cute dragon. Thank you. Would that count as a tangent too? Sorry, the almost touching lines? I believe so. It's like it's a point that creates tension, and that can be a good thing, but it also is going to draw your eye. You're going to be like, what is that? You know? Like which one is above the other? You know, it adds a layer of confusion, you know? Like I don't know. I don't know if it's possible for that to like come like more out towards us. Then you might have that there. But I think it's a little bit unavoidable, I feel. If you could think of a different way of solving it, but I do believe that could be considered a tandem. I think that arm, for the most part, looks fine. Actually. Is this the anti-weenus again? striking back again. Kind of interesting. I feel like most of the feedback we've given today, there's been kind of some overlapping topics. I like drink it way harder tonight. Yeah, you think so? Maybe not with yours. So, wow, a 5th sub for Coal Freak. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's absurdly kind. I really appreciate it. Those are the 5. Well, thank you. Aww. You're not even subbed. But thank you. Aww. Hey, Teo, thank you for gifting a sub to Jojo. Weenus, is it safe to Google? It's your elbow. It's like the wrinkly skin on your elbow. I don't know if I'd Google it, but yeah. So the anti-weenus is the like fold of your arm here. What I kind of meant is I feel like these lines were just a bit confusing because I feel like we would see that more. And you have a shadow there. Right? Wait. Check again, Pixie, it's a 6-month one? Goodness gracious, Halo Mateo. 6 months! Floor! With 69 raiders! Thank you, guys. You're too kind. Welcome. How's your stream today? Hey. Thanks again, Fusion, for their 12 months. Yep, 69. Ollie Emeritus. That's funny because it's like Papa, right? Exactly, 69 raiders, huh? Yep. Thank you guys. I mean, you guys got us a little hype train and it's already at level 3. So thank you again so much. I told them not to leave the raid. Nice. I just followed you for the ghost. Haha. Oh, hello. That is funny. Nice. Sam beats us if we leave raids. Aw. Well, how was your stream, Clar? Maybe I need to just call you Sam. I feel like I always struggle to say your fancy name. Yeah, you have anything you'd like to share with us today? What were you working on? I've just been doing red lines, mostly, because my arm's borked. Not borked. I say that, and I feel like that's, like, not accurate. It's just sore from drawing too much. Oh, also, y'all, Clore, Sam, they're one of the other collective members. So make sure to check them out on DeviantArt as well. Do you have wrist pain? It's mostly arm pain. And then this hand hurt a lot. I think it is partly my display tablet. Nothing to share, but I gotta go get some food. Alright, well, you get some food. Thank you again. Okay. these are my thoughts. Just define your volumes and all that. For anybody who just came in with the raid, yeah, I've just been giving some feedback today. Have I gone to a doctor? No. If I like suddenly couldn't move my hands anymore, I'd probably go to a doctor. If the pain was so bad I was like in tears, I'd maybe go to a doctor. But right now, most of the pain just happens when I'm drawing. And I've already improved, I think, my grip a bit of my pen. So I'm hoping maybe I can just continue drawing and maybe it'll heal on its own, but I think I'll have to take a break. Anyway, you also want feedback. That's a possibility right now. I might actually be done though after this one. I guess one more point, as I think we wouldn't quite see that eye. Oh, let me see. Draw with your left hand. My left hand ended up hurting worse than the than my right hand. I know. I don't like it. Yeah. When I had to draw for like 8 hours yesterday. But doing so, for some reason, like my left hand decided that it was in agony. Do I have a link? I do not, but I will grab it. These are the winners for my challenge, by the way. Not that one. That's wrong. Old challenge. Yeah, if you'd like to see them. It was a retrofuturism pinups. Yeah. Finn, your art's beautiful. You're going the right direction for sure. So keep it up. It's beautiful. You have to go now? Alright, Halo Mateo, thank you again for gifting 6 months. I really appreciate that. Also, I got a new kitty. Thank you. Have a good night. I missed the deadline, but I will still finish yours. Well, when you do, please share it with me, because I would still like to see it. If anybody finishes their old ones, I would still like to see them. You're still working on yours? Oh. I'd also tried to give everybody more time. Hey, I didn't finish mine, so... You know. It was an intense prompt, I think. Yeah, good night. Hey, Mateo. Yes, I've been posting challenges over on DeviantArt. Because I'm a part of the DeviantArt collective. Hashtag sponsored. As a Zelko? A Zelko? Pretty picture so far. Do you want me to look at it? That's about it though, Muffin. All I can really offer you is like a bit of a red line. I think the main thing that seemed to catch my eye is with the angle. I felt like maybe the ribcage was a bit small. I feel like I could see a reference where like I feel like I could already imagine seeing a picture that has what you have here and it works. But I think if we're trying to push it like you have it, then it's kind of back there a bit. And then maybe we would also get more of like a shape like that for the boobs. Yeah, I don't really know if that helped you. Maybe consider doing something about the tangent. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for letting me look at it. I love your art. Very pretty. Do I often do feedback? Not really, but I have a channel in my Discord where people can get feedback from me and maybe some of the other artists in the server. But I also have like the 10,000 channel points, which is what I normally do because most of the time I'm drawing, but I can't really draw right now. So this is most convenient for me for streaming right now. Yeah, Azelko, are you there? Is there a specific thing you wanted feedback on your picture for? Hello. I feel like I don't have much Pepsi. Oh my goodness, Coke. You are here? Yeah, is there something that you specifically wanted some advice on? Or is there something you're struggling with? Oh, so you're getting stuff down already? Now you know. This is I'm probably saying your name wrong. Uh, as a Zelka? Well, I like what you have so far. Um, like, cause you have some tilt to your character, which is good. Um, that part of the arm looks good. Might have like a wrinkle in here. The proportions, I think, generally look good. One thought is like, right now, say the leg. I feel like maybe the pants are hiding stuff, but it also doesn't quite feel like the character is grounded. Like, the stance could work. It's like her center of gravity, I think, is like here. I think maybe your foot could be like that. Unless they're floating, or are they on their tiptoes? The Rubik's Cube, so I can at least say I got that. Nice. Yeah, I mean, if it was something you are interested in, there's no reason you can't get into it still. But you did learn how to solve a Rubik's Cube, and that's pretty cool. I'd actually bring that over more. But yeah, then I kind of feel like this, like, I don't know, that this makes your character look maybe like they're a bit laid back. Or you can have it coming forward. Hmm. Yeah, because right now you don't have like crazy um perspective that you're dealing with right now. So it's like there's no inherent reason that the feet would to be on the ground would have to be like facing like this unless they're floating. So you might as well plant them on the ground, right? And if you want to get pants back in here. Kind of funny. This type of pants actually reminds me of a picture I did a while back. Okay, that might help. Goodness. Hope you guys have been having a good day. Um, again, I want to remind people, Abra screaming. If you're in the Discord, if you have ideas for milestones for my charity stream, um, please share them in the channel that is labeled. What is it labeled? Charity stream ideas. Okay, taking ideas, want your ideas. Yes. Oh, that's your pose. Oh, okay. So you're going for the JoJo. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Then what I did is stiff. If you're going for some of that. But one thing to think about is their feet are probably tilted inwards a bit to balance. That one. But yeah. One thing also in their pose is character, the person. I'm trying to think of the angle. Maybe not. You're good. You're good. I guess it's something more like that. You're close. It did help to have a reference. But yeah, I would even maybe push your hip in a bit. And if you wanted to, you could even raise the shoulder a bit more. Awesome. Very cool picture though. Alrighty, y'all. Well. Wait, is there one more? Okay. Zika. Alright, I can look at this. Is there something specifically you're looking for advice on? I'm definitely not very good with armor, but I really like the expression you have so far. I don't think that this was probably very helpful for you, Azelko, but that's just, I guess, my thoughts. Even if you keep what you have, which I think is fine, try and adjust the angle of the feet so it doesn't look like we're looking down at them, and instead it looks more like they are flat on our ground. Okay? If you want to keep it the way you have it, I think that's also fine. But this is just kind of if you wanted to try and push it more to match your reference a bit. I even think the person in your reference, their legs are even more spread apart. Yeah, absolutely. I hope it helped. Yeah. I don't know if you're there. Zeke, maybe? Your picture's very nice. Hello. I've tried pushing the pose. I mean, I feel like you have good stuff going on with the character. I don't know who it is. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I don't think I have much advice unless you wanted to expand upon like maybe your silhouette. Like maybe it's helpful if you bring this arm a bit further back, and then maybe we could have like some negative space in here, and that might also make it look a little bit more dynamic and pushed, perhaps. Oh my goodness, Big Destiny, resubscribing and having been subscribed for 10 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Could have the arm. Instead of it being up against the body, you could bring it outwards more. So you'll maybe grab it a little lower. Because I feel like, yeah, maybe if you were to do something like this, it would feel a bit more like they're very upset and they're about to smite somebody, you know? But I think just think about your negative spaces and try and imagine, like, if we were to just fill this character up, like, with a color, right? Would we know exactly what was going on? And sometimes you can figure that out if you have a more clear silhouette. But honestly, I don't have much other than that. I like what you're putting down. Oh, it's Casca. Then I extra love it. Oh yeah, then she's definitely Angie. Yeah, then beautiful. I love it. Can't wait to see you finish it. Please share it with me when you do. You could even maybe have her holding it up higher. I feel like that's something I feel like I've seen her do. If you wanted to, not saying you should have to, but you could even have her like maybe having already pulled out the blade some, right? And then the hand could be further out. And then maybe you would also get more of that shape. Funny, I've been thinking about how much I want to draw Casca. Yeah, does that help you? Yeah, then I think having it partly out adds to some of that. And if you want it to feel like she's kind of moving forward, you could push it by having the hairs. Maybe. I mean, you already have some, but like. Anyway, I think you're going in the right direction. Maybe have some of the wrinkles and such following that vibe. Yeah. Hopefully that helps. Is there anything else? I'll just send this over. You're very welcome. Yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out with me and my lack of drawing today. I appreciate it. I'm not gonna make any promises that I'll be able to do art on Thursday, but I'll be streaming on Thursday, you know, so at least you'll see me then. Yeah. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I might go find us somebody to go raid. I mean, I've spotted them. They're in sight. I know who we're gonna go raid. Oh my goodness. Guys? Well, thank you for the raid. I'm actually about to go raid somebody myself. But thank you for coming over. And how was your stream? Sorry, I didn't at you, Zeke. But it's in there. I posted it. This isn't my work though. This is Zeke's art. Oh goodness. It's so thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's good I showed off the little I've managed to get done with After Effects. Oh, I see. Well, that's cool. For the stream, I hope your hand gets better. Thanks for the critique. Sure thing. I was happy to do it. Let's see. I'm out of coconut one. Mostly out. Have some water. But yeah, make sure to join my Discord and then give me some ideas for milestones, y'all. I'd appreciate it. Otherwise, thank you again so much. Take care. Hopefully next time I'm back, maybe I can do some more art. We'll see. This was fun for me. I don't know if this was fun for you guys. I felt like a little busybody this whole time. But yeah, we're gonna go raid Charmy today. Hope they're there. I think they're there. No? You just missed it? Yeah. I was giving feedback today. I haven't been able to really draw. Get to do some hand stretching. I will. Bye, you guys. Hold on, I didn't do the proper. Copied that one. That works. Alright. Hope your arm heals. Me too. I'm about to like maybe do more art after I'm done eating, but hopefully that goes okay. But y'all have a great rest of your day. Stream is indeed ending. Thank you again, Jojo Ta, for your gift subs. That was really kind of you. Yeah. I'll try. Rest that hand. I can't. I have a deadline I gotta hit, but I've been kind of resting it throughout today, and I'm gonna eat and all that, so it should be good. All right. Goodbye, you guys. Take care, and hopefully I see you again on Thursday. Remember, join the Discord, share some milestone ideas. All right. Bye, you guys. Take care. Be kind to other people and all that good stuff. Bye.